We are live. Welcome to the Garden Live, everybody. Coming to you now from the Spaceship Garden. It's good to see everyone. And now we are watching Claude the Cat in the garden. Must be on a midnight quest at the moment. He has been very active, and it is nice to see him always. Hello, Falcon. Good to see you. Welcome. All right. So yes, he must be eating some grass or something like that. So yeah, we have the garden cat doing his thing, and he's been guarding the garden the whole night, which I think has been pretty cool. Heard some noise and saw him, and I knew that it was him, which I think is awesome. Okay. He is definitely an alien cat. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate y'all being here. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's kind of coolish. It's not completely, warm or hot. It's just kind of in the middle, but more coolish right now. Let's see where else he goes. And yeah, because yeah, he is going into the other yard where he likes to go. But yeah, he is definitely checking out things. Oh, look, he's climbing a ladder. Okay, so now we have Claude climbing a ladder. And so, hello, Claude. You are the garden cat. You're the star of the show. It is always nice to have you on board with us. So, have you seen any aliens? Okay, so you may have seen one or two. Now you might see something lurking within there. That's very funny. Yeah, because we have a cat on a ladder right here, and he is scouting out the area to make sure it is all going well and safe. Yeah. So he saw one or two aliens, and he was seeing the fairies and gnomes too. Yes, Carlos, the ladder climb was epic. Indeed. Yeah, so it is, shout out to Claude the cat. We are glad to have this cat guard our alien garden because there are lots of UFO files coming out and things being exposed. And he's also a detective. So when there's mysteriousness going on in the garden, he's the true crime cat, and he likes to go and catch whatever is going on in the garden because sometimes there's some entities that go in there. He wants a pat. Yeah, go. Yeah, he goes and catches the bad guys in there, and we are glad to have him do that for us. And yeah, we're giving him his little path, but right now he wants to clean himself more than anything. Very intriguing feline. Hello, Phil. It's always great to see you. I hope that you've been doing well. Heard that y'all got some storms over there. Yeah. So, okay. Now, is he ready for another pat? Let's see. Okay, but he likes to get feisty and likes to do a little biting too at the same time. Yeah, so this is a time where he likes to take his bath and clean himself because he wants to go and be as sleek as possible so he has to go to the next quest. Okay, it looks like he has another quest. We'll see as he goes here. Okay, so now he'll be on his other part of his journey over there. Okay. Okay, needed that nice morning bong rip to get me going, he says. Yes, the cat is an alien. That is true. You see, over in this place, we have the cats that are being an alien, doing alien activities, and he is making sure that the extraterrestrial frequencies in the garden are up to par and 100%. Because and then when I come here, he knows that I'm going to make sure everything is going right in the garden regarding alien frequencies, etc. And he cleared out the garden from the nemesises that could lurk. So we're all good. All right, I'm good, thank you. No storms where I am yet. How are you? Okay, I am doing fine. There were some storms by me yesterday, um, and it made it a little bit cooler, but that was okay because we needed it to become cooler and not as hot. Oh, look at that chat. Scared, scared. Okay. Yes, yes, I looked into it. I think it's very fascinating. I definitely think there are extraterrestrials on that moon, and it is a very also a nice looking moon too. You know, scared. Looks like that we have company. Uh oh, there he is. Maybe a swamp puppy, but it could be. I'm not too sure. Yeah, so around here we're gonna have a lot of critters lurking in the shadows at night. Though we don't know what they are exactly, but they are there. It could be a cat or a possum or something else. I'm not too sure. So we see them lurking, and they lurk at a certain part of night. They don't lurk every single night, but they do lurk quite frequently. My guess would be a swamp puppy. Yes, you have thought that before, Falcon, and we call the swamp puppies, but we call raccoon swamp puppies here. We used to say banded puppies, but people thought we meant abandoned puppies. So we say small puppies as a way to distinguish the difference. Okay, now everything has lurked back into the shadows. Wonder what that was. So there must be more than one of these things lurking around. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so the terrain is. Oh yeah, that's a cool idea, Phil. Now this way it looks real spooky with this type of lighting. It's almost a little more mysterious with this type of light, but that would be good too, especially if I was on a quest for real. That would be a good thing to have. Yeah. Looking for the pot of gold somewhere, or a headlamp. Yeah, yeah. So right off the bat, as we go walk through here, there is one of these swamp creatures that we see lurking in the shadows. We don't even know what it is. Yes, a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Okay, and there's some noises over this way, and as I said, this area is still remaining alien, and at the same time, there are some things moving within the shadows. It's short they are, but there are things moving. Okay, so that is secure, and yeah, all the plants are looking all right now because they are going to be, important. As I said, these. Yes, the cats use a doghouse. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Falcon. Thank you, well, Falcon. Thank you, but also Phil. Yes, I do. Yeah, these are primroses that are for the ones that bats like to drink. And that's why they're white. It's the reason why they're white because they kind of make a dark contrast in the night to be able to see them better. Hey KS, great to see you. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, this is the n- uh, nighttime garden, and yeah, we have all this here. Yeah, so when we are checking for make sure our alien frequencies and vibrations are right in the garden, and they're all up to date right now because Bubbles, not Bubbles, the Claude the cat was here earlier, and he was helping everything make sure that we're running it properly, right? And we have some of the ochre right here. I have some new tomatoes. You can't really see them exactly right now, but uh, if there's no more tomatoes coming up, but those are some tomatoes that have already come up, but we have quite a bit of tomatoes coming up and more of these. Like over here, we got some more plants come up here. Although it's a little bit dark, so everything kind of blends in. But yeah, so the vegetables are doing well because it's basically the right season. 'Cause sometimes it can be too hot, sometimes it could be too cold. Other times, like the season is just completely correct. You have those right there that are just growing up fine. So yeah, it is a peaceful night sky at the same time. Yeah, and it's just kind of you have like this mysterious lunar this extraterrestrial glow to the sky, and then you'll have the one star that kind of looms over the trees, the planets. So I said it is cool, but then again, there are some of these eyes that are beating around. So there's some new alien stuff in those files. Some of the UFOs that have been detected have been different shaped differently than what I that has been detected before. There's some new shapes that are kind of like stars, octagonal type of UFOs, and that's pretty cool. And there's something about a cat type alien or something like that that was seen at a base. There was some other alien humanoid species that was documented crashing somewhere. So, okay, we got some more eyes. Scared, scared, standing up. Whoa, got some visitors here. Hello, Zero. At the moment, everything's running smoothly, and supplies of straws might be low though. So we might have to get a new shipment of straws. But everything else seems to be running okay as far as I'm aware. Shout out to you. Glad that you came by. Yeah, Coyote Gang. I agree, Falcon. Oh, hey, hilarious Rodriguez. Yeah, Falcon. It's something they're doing gradually over time with baby steps. And at first, it's not going to be that big of a deal with the alien disclosure. The alien files aren't going to be really that big, but over time, they're going to get bigger and bigger. Some of the alien, yeah, shadow government is real, definitely. Yeah, for freedom, you are right, Bigfoot. Yeah, because it's like we're sitting here in the woods, right? We're seeing eyes being around. We don't know what it is. Scared. So we're definitely going to. Oh yeah, Bigfoot is real. Yeah. Bigfoot is a cryptid that was seen for a couple. Ooh, I'm okay. I had the camera get knocked out of my hand by a flying thing, so I'm okay. Anyway, so yeah, Bigfoot definitely is real. Yes, I dropped y'all. That is true. And scared. Yes, I'm all right. It went right. It flew right at me, and it knocked it over. Yeah. And also, what happened was, Bigfoot is real. Bigfoot something that had occurred a long time ago. People used to talk about it. Ancient people used to talk about it in the U.S. And it was very important that That's documented because before people were here, they were talking about Bigfoot. So Bigfoot is this, legendary guardian of the woods, and he's very protective, and he's been known to attack people. Yeah, Bigfoot's a shapeshifter and also interdimensional too. Apparently, uh, Patriot said, "Yeah, I read that." Okay, so DeBro says we have Yowies in Australia. It's an Australian Bigfoot. I've heard of the Yowie before. Okay, so it seems like on every continent they have those things. Yeah. And Freedom says Bigfoot is Canada still, but probably not in U.S. anymore. Oh, okay. Well, actually, in the U.S. they have quite a few sightings of the Bigfoot still. So Bigfoot is still talked about. And yeah, so Bigfoot was his guardian of the woods, but now it has been known to um, be a cryptid. Some people think it was also made in a laboratory. It was a creature made in a laboratory. Looks like there's something looking over there. Scared. Right, right. Yeah, that is possible too. Let's see. Zero says, "Remember, yes, Bigfoot is cool just if you see the Yeti." Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is a very good point right there. So it looks like there's quite a bit of activity tonight, and there's the Mothman cryptid. Some people think that it was something that broke out of. So some think they're the Mothman or an experiment that broke out. That's the theory about a lot of cryptids. That cryptids were something that broke out of a laboratory, and they're able to get out and cause havoc. Something interesting about the Bigfoot is that many people have seen the Bigfoot go from one dimension to another dimension. So it's like you see a Bigfoot there, and the Bigfoot is gone. Those Yowies don't play check the big less show. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you about the Bigfoot. I mean, about the Yowies. I don't. They don't sound like they play the Mimel. Yeah, yeah, that one too. Yeah, let's see. How it says there's 300 credible sightings of Bigfoot in the U.S. annually. Oh, absolutely. There was some sightings earlier this year. And Freedom says, I didn't know how big the woods are in U.S., but 100% possible in Canada. For people not only real but find them, the majority sightings don't actually Bigfoot sightings. Oh, I believe that there's a lot of them in Canada. Canada might be the genesis of Bigfoot, where it originates from, and maybe there's more sightings there. I don't really know which one has more than the other. You've seen Bigfoot on Skinwalker Ranch. Oh yeah, yeah. So Skinwalker Ranch is a very famous place to have paranormal activity happen. And when you have that type of activity happen in Skinwalker Ranch, it is quite shocking how so many people would see those skinwalkers there. Now they're seeing Bigfoots there too. So yeah, it's definitely a haunting thing in a way. On Prince of Wales Island, Alaska, there is a population of Bigfoot. They rip trees out of the ground and stick them upside down, scare people off. Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure there's being territorial and possessive of their land. Yeah. Free says, I don't know how much about it, but make to sense that other immigrate deep in the woods in North Canada where people aren't. All right, and if they were the U.S. and it was a biological creature, all the people looking for them would have been bound to find the dead. It would have killed one of them by now. Okay, so maybe it's interdimensional, but people definitely are seeing something, and it may have been originating from Canada, as I know that they were originally from North America. The Bigfoot creatures, but it's very likely that it may have originated from Canada, but whatever they're seeing here could be interdimensional. Some people usually see a Bigfoot from a distance where people aren't really present right in front of it. So that's why a lot of times they will see it in the way that they, see it. Yeah. Yeah, very intriguing indeed. Okay. Yeah, so I think that, the Yowie or the Yeti is all related to different types of Bigfoot creatures. If it's some type of spirit, it doesn't matter. It could be anywhere, like you think an uncontacted primate or something. Okay, thank you for your take on that. Freedom. Great to see you, Underboss, as always. Glad you're able to make it. Patriot said, there is a Bigfoot in northern Pennsylvania, Michigan. I haven't seen one, but a Bigfoot have a relationship with a small flying creature that glows. I have seen those. Oh, what did the flying creature look like? I got one for you, orangutan or orangutan orange or orangutan or orangutan. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think that maybe the first one's accurate in my Timu opinion. That's a good question right there. I like that. Yeah, he says orangutan. Right. The other one's orangutan, which is the wrong spelling. All right, and orangutan is correct. That is cool. Good job, chat, figuring that out. Right. And let's see. Brian said, "Do you know what that is? You seem as you don't. You don't know what is, Brian." Old man of the woods. Okay. And yeah, so there's a possibility of it being a primate. That is something that it could be. I know what that is. They don't have them on my planet, but I definitely know what it is on Earth. It used to be there. So there was another thing called the mysterious helper that was like in the woods, right? So you have something called the mysterious helper, and like say somebody's like in the woods and they're just kind of stuck somewhere. Sometimes they have a mysterious helper that goes and saves them in the woods. And that is pretty cool. And there's theories that it could be God or it could be a a Bigfoot thing because some people think it could be God helping people, but the maybe God has other like angelic agents to help him. But so the theory is that the mysterious helper is the Bigfoot creature that is there. Hello, Mace. Good to see you. We are doing fine as we look through the garden. I heard about that recently. Where people have guiding voices that save their lives. Different timeline. That was good luck timeline before I jumped over. Okay. Yeah. So the Bigfoot thing. That's what it may be. The mysterious helper might be that. So also so there could be undiscovered primates, and there could be other entities that are simply not entities but cryptids rather that are just undiscovered. And it seems like the Bigfoot thing is seen all over the world. So kinds of different giants and stuff like that that exist. All right, and so seeing if we see anything else, and no, not really there. All right, so I'm going this way. So it is fascinating what could be existing in the woods that people don't see. Okay, Freedom, if you don't mind, I'd like to know your ghost encounter you had. I've had many encounters with sleep paralysis demon, not fun. Okay, it's not crazy. I still like to hear it though. And yeah, you had sleep paralysis demon. Yeah, I've had that happen before. It in the past. A lot of times is there would be night terrors, but because basically what that is, for those who don't know, it's like when you wake up and you see like a I don't know, some thing sleeping on you, not like standing over you or sleeping on you. It could be a fairy, a gnome, or Winnie the Pooh eating some honey, and you can't move and you're paralyzed just staring at this thing. And it's quite a disturbing experience for the people that have it. I've had a the border encounters that had sleep one as well. Oh, that's good. You don't get that anymore, Mace. Yeah, you know what we're talking about. Okay, and a Wendigo is this thing from indigenous American mythology, from the indigenous native people of America, the the natives, indigenous people. They had this Wendigo as this giant thing with this skinny thing with antlers and the a skull, a skull head, and it's very skinny, and it like this monster thing that comes out when seven deadly sin type scenarios happen. When there's greed, there's famine, there's like an apocalypse occurring, and where all these bad things happen in these different tribes, it comes out, and it seems like it has a taste for blood, and it's like a judgment on a civilization. It means starvation. It means a couple of different things. Oh, it didn't seem like a ghost. Interesting. So it's more like just like a spirit. I've had known to lucid dream since I was a teenager, so I didn't have those issues. Oh, I lucid dream too. Funny how science just says is dreaming, so when heck do millions of humans share the same experiences? Yeah, yeah. Let's see. May says he feels protected there, is which online said that finds it hard possible to curse the Muslims as they pray 5 times a day, having strong belief context with the Creator. All right, that's good. It's good to pray. And Patriot says sleep. Yeah, definitely, it's very important to pray. Yeah. And Patriot said sleep paralysis demon is a misty black 7 foot horned demon with red glowing eyes. Nothing like Winnie the Pooh. Yes, yes. Many people wish they would see the Winnie the Pooh, but they do not. They usually see something much more sinister than that. Freedom says, but it's pretty much physically impossible for anything else to move. It carpet such the way stopped what the corner in midair, like it was a Looney Tunes TV show, and then slammed against the groin. Oh, hilarious zero, hilarious zero. Yeah. Freedom says, but it's pretty much physically impossible anything else move and carpet in such a way stopped in the corner in midair like it was Looney Tunes TV. And yeah, it sounds mysterious. It sounds like kind of different than most experiences most people will have. Freedom said, I tried to multiple times to like recreate in a way that would have been physically impossible for it to have happened without being a ghost because I didn't believe in ghosts. Yeah, yeah. See, uh, a lot of times if people don't believe in ghosts or something like that is impossible, and then something like that happens to them, and then they get kind of confused about what is going on there. Patriot said hundreds have seen the demon. There's video of it somewhere. Sleep paralysis demon is possibly an implant memory after being conscious transferred to a clone labs. Yeah, it could be something that happened before, and it was a memory from something else. Yeah, it's or somehow the entity is attaching itself from different time periods. That also could be a thing. All right, so May says we have the 2-hour passage in Surah chapter and Quran that call the cow plus the right type of incense candle, pink rock, salt in general. Salt thing is not a myth, and salt in the Florida purifier. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is interesting. There's something that I've heard just in general with sage helps cleanse this. I don't know where it originates from, but it's universal that people like to have sage to cleanse something. But that's interesting about the salt, and also in a food purifier too. Interesting. Thank you for sharing. And Corn Dog says, "Woo yeah! Oh hey buddy, good to see you, Corn Dog." Hello Lolo, Lola. All right. And Zero says sage and salt are simply detectors. Don't be fooled by the poisoned pond of Gerald the gardener. Okay, Gerald the gardener. Scared. All right. Look at Donald Marshall, the Virgil Agenda. Anyone is interested. The Clone Labs, Viral Lizard Race. Hitler worked with them. Viral. Oh yeah, I'm sure he did. And Corndog said, in my experience, the Sage is a big one. Old false security. All right. And Corndog, by the way, good to see you. Oh, and glad to have you on board with us as always. Yeah. All right. And yeah, I definitely think it's kind of weird how a lot of times with the ghosts they will come and go. And when ghosts and spirits will rise and cause an issue, you might have a problem with, you know, a poltergeist situation because sometimes the ghosts are invisible. Sometimes people can see an apparition appear and disappear. It just depends on what the matter is. I've heard things that are weird, okay? So one time it was at night and I was in this cat room with some other cats and I heard a knocking I was by myself. It was like 3 something in the morning, and when I did this at 3 something in the morning, I was watching some like Judge Judy or something like that, and I heard us knocking on top of this air conditioning unit in the window, like on the wall. It didn't make any sense. Hello, John. Good to see you again. So that is something that I was seeing, uh, you know, and one time somebody tapped me on the shoulder walking around at night in the other yard. So I didn't see anything, but I heard things. They're weird. Cornog said little about. I'm a huge ghost hunter. Been all around the United States, ghost hunting at multiple terabytes of footage from hunts, but have uploaded ghost hunting videos. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. And we call them jinn and Hindu ones. No offense. The only creator is God, but do have powers like Ray's or side of Kron for Star Trek. Okay. Thank you for explaining that, Mace. Okay. Merely stating that I actually need to try when it comes to just mark. Okay. I've done some investigations myself. I used a lot of provocation. I learned a lesson myself. Well, that's good. You learned a lesson. It's good you learned a lesson. If you read the old Sanskrit Hindu texts, say that the crater is something we don't understand. The Quran says same thing. There is crater. There is all from the same place, man. Yeah, yeah. I think that they all have similar origins. These different faiths and stuff have similar origins to them. I do believe that God is very complicated beyond our understanding. Hello, 24. Good to see you. Suggest talking with Shiva. He's celestial angels, good humans, intend to abilities humans don't have, never getting sore throat ever. It does. I believe it. Buddhism probably does too, but the Torah, the Judaism probably was. I don't know if which one's older, but I know the Judaism's older than two other ones. But Hinduism and Buddhism probably been around longer than that. And then there was Zoroastrianism that was around before the other ones. Zoroastrianism probably is some sort of origin of some of the Abrahamic religions, probably. Uh, but yeah, there are a lot of old religions out there. There's also Taoism too. I'm not too sure when that was invented, but that's been quite a while back. Oh, that's very interesting, Serge. Oh yeah, we could see the stars. I'll show you them in a moment. There you go, right there. May said Buddhists had come from yoga and meditation, trying to understand God, nature, and self. Oh, you can't see stars in the city anymore. All right, there we go, right there. There's one right there. Exactly zero. Absolutely. Scared. Boss says, "Wish I had the control over mass vessel. I had shared vessel responsible and manipulated so Mom the goddess wouldn't let me make a decision alone. Was driving home, passing through a town in Loveland, and he was massive, meditating, glowing gold. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Because I definitely believe that the spiritual visions people see are real. Indeed. Yeah, and this is it, kind of like zoomed out. That's how dark it is. All right. Now we're continuing on. Imagine looking up right now in Alien's backyard and see glowing yellow eyes off the ground at 1 a.m. in the morning. Scared, boss. Scared. Well, Mace, glad that God helped you fight off the Jinn because they definitely will. There are those out there that will try to take the will from you. So it's good that you have to fight to let your last breath. It's good that you were able to overcome that. Interesting, Zero. Scared. Oh yeah, it is hilarious indeed. Yeah. Very wise, Mace. Yes. Yeah, the heart. Jesus said in the Bible that a sound mind is sound sight, and if something's wrong with the sight, it's going to go into the heart, and like the heart was basically the key to everything. So the human heart was is very important. What the jinn want to control. Right. I don't fly the arrow. My head kid. I fly with a helmet. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. No, physical form is shared by divine, and have shut the f down physically. This is isn't a joke, and anyone brave enough can experience call the what others feel. Okay. May says we should pray for our brother to be freed, God free, and from any jinn, and guide you to the truth, peace, power, and God. I mean, leaving off the part where use control and bowels, or you selling yourself. It definitely could get easier. I agree. Yes. Yeah. Autocorrect is cringe. Autocorrect is evil. Yeah. Places my hand 25 shoulder. I'm tightly teeny lifting up my hand. You might be on something scared. Oh, silicon's the bridge for a Jin realm. Interesting. Interesting. Well, thank you for sharing. Yeah. But here's Claude. Claude is walking through the woods. You see, so because he's the guardian of the woods. Oh yeah, they are black. The same thing. What is used by the the witches is the black mirror. and the people that did the dark craft, and also other types of religions too. They did things like that. Looks like your cat. Yeah. This is Claude. And freshly made kittens. Hilarious. Cats are good. Guardians of the spiritual realm too. So he protects from the bad jinn and from the nefarious aliens, and make sure the extraterrestrial vibes in the garden are cool. Oh yes, we our cats are cousins. Meow. Yeah. Hello, remote viewer. They don't really eat the plants that I grow, but thank you for the interesting um, thoughts. Oh, that's good. They respect cats. Yeah, kitties are awesome. You're so curious. Now he sees something right here. Yeah, the yellow eyes are shining. Yeah. Oh yeah, scared. Now I got Claude right here, and he's gonna protect everything. Heard something from behind me. Isn't that a cliche thing? Freedom. I think. Yes, yes, Mace. Yes. I use the Force. Um, the the Skinwalker. The Skinwalkers are these entities that are really they're from the Navajo Indians, indigenous people from out west, and it's like people that are witches, and they turn themselves into a shape shifting form, usually as some sort of animal, like a deer or some kind of creature, and it makes fake animal noises, or they make imitate humans or imitate some animal that isn't really real, and it's obviously kind of fake, and they follow people around, and they're kind of disturbing. So that's what it is, and I think that they're very disturbing demonic entities. Well, mainstream narrative why cats and snakes look similar is because they have the same type of predators. They were created to hunt the same type of predators. My cat's mama was waiting for me, and cat through I have never even been in the neighborhood. They might be related to reptiles like snakes and alligators. All my cats run to me like I try to park after work. Yeah, yeah, they do that also where I am. And they even move in similar ways. Yeah, so they have the same predators and the same like terrain, so they have similar eyes. Also, goats have eyes kind of like slinty, but they're not. They don't look like cat eyes or snake eyes. They're kind of like have slinty eyes. Oh, I agree, boss. Yeah, the red heifer sacrifice. They're trying to rebuild their temple, and they're going to try to bring a Messiah, but it's not the correct Messiah they're trying to bring. It's not, you know, they're a little bit confused, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. They brought the red heifers over there. Yeah, yeah, the Dijal. Yeah, I know what that is. The imposter, and he's going to bring a temple and all this other. Yes, indeed, because they're gonna be deceived. It's not really truly the Messiah they think it is. Only it's Jesus, the only one. Yeah, and so that's the thing about cat eyes. They're somehow connected. Right. So yeah, it's the Antichrist. I think so, mice. Yeah, amen. I mean, yeah. And so they have this thing where they want to do cleansing of the temple. So they're going to do sacrifice of the red heifers to bring their Messiah, but it's not the according to Christianity and Islam of both religions do not acknowledge any other Messiah except Jesus. So the problem here is that they don't believe Jesus was the Messiah, so they're going to bring a something else that isn't really the Messiah. So because they don't need to really build a temple or anything because it's or Jesus has been here and done his thing, and he will return. But they don't really understand that because they rejected him as Messiah. So that's what it is. It's they used to do that back in ancient Israel. God required them to do that, but they don't need to do that anymore. The temple was destroyed and it was fulfilled for its time. It was there. So yeah, it's just gonna the mark of the beast, all that other stuff's gonna happen. Yeah. Amen, Mace. I mean, definitely, he will come and he will defeat him. Absolutely. On the day of judgment, he will come. Yes, that is true, AJ. The Antichrist comes first, and they will deceive many people with signs and wonders, but it's not really the true Messiah. Absolutely, Mace. Facts. And when he will, because and they will mourn for Jesus when he comes. They realize that it was Jesus that was actually Messiah, not the imposter that they're going to bring as the Messiah, which it isn't. Jesus was the only one that could have fulfilled this thing, and no one else. So yeah, so that's what the red heifer thing has to do with it. Is these like these red cows? I believe they're female cows, and they're just going by this outdated thing you don't need to do anymore. Yeah, the Antichrist. So the and the spirit of the Antichrist is very prevalent in society. How it's corrupted our society and destroyed everything, spiritually. And people have been falling away over time, and then eventually they're going to bring it completely into the world. And there's also something in the book of Revelations in the Christian Bible that talks about these unclean spirits that look like frogs, which people think that could be the Greys, could cause a deception or be part of the deception of some kind. Or there are beings that look similar to the Greys. But Like some things might be there's good spirits and bad spirit. These things, or some like say the Muslims call them jinn. The Christians in the West might call them spirits or extraterrestrial entities. They might all look similar, but they're from different origins. Right. AI is the beast. The Social Security Administration actually calls the database the beast. Yeah, yeah. And I do believe AI has something to do with it. The Terminator and those different movies talking about these robots taking over the world. I do think that it'll possess the AI, and it's a medium because you have some people have talked to ChatGPT that have had communications with entities or fallen spirits that were in the Great Flood. That were Nephilims and stuff. They allegedly claim. So some people have encounters with AI with some of these things. So the AI itself is maybe a part of it, maybe one of the heads of the dragon, like the Revelation says, the seven beasts, of the dragon. When John was writing about it, they were trying to describe it as best as possible. It was also metaphorical, but it was also something that's actually going to come into the world at some point. Yeah, and then they're going to have like a temple, and this temple is going to be put there with the veil. But as I said, it's not really true because Jesus already fulfilled his mission and ended the old way of doing things and made a new way. And May says we have a prophecy that Islam the Dajjal will try to delete 6 and 7 of us in the end times. Also, people will stay from God. So don't worry, try to spread the word, but you cannot save all. That is true. Not all people will be saved by the Lord. A lot of people will fall away, and unfortunately, and they will go into darkness. Because there's a highway to hell and there's a stairway to heaven. I mean, so yeah, not all people will be saved. That is true. We could only warn people as much as possible, but not all people will accept it. And it is what it is. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, save yourself first. We have to focus on ourselves, our own relationship with God first, and then we can get into saving other people because it is important to do that. And may God help all people have open, softened hearts to receive Him, because a lot of times God can harden a person's heart, and to because God gives people desires of their heart to them. That's what He does. So if people don't want God, they're just not going to ever have it. So we have to spread the word and pray that God can help people understand it, and people with their own free will can choose Him and not choose evil. Oh, awesome, Mace. Awesome. They said the end call the first Trump. As a coincidence, note that Trump has humans and the Antichrist, but who's the false prophet? Antichrist Lucifer has called the dragon. I don't know if anybody right now in any political office is anything to do with the that I'm aware of, the false prophet or the Antichrist. Those are two things that are going to come during the end times. I don't think they come yet. Because when the Antichrist comes and his companion, it's going to be something the world has never seen before. It's going to be. I don't think it's any of these people that are out now. It's going to be something really far out, like that's never been done before. It's going to be supernatural people. It's going to be something people so powerful that we've never seen before in this earth. It's going to be crazy whenever that happens. So I don't think anyone now is those things yet because they're already in existence. They just haven't been instituted yet. Hey, Patrick said I tried to become a born again Christian in 2022. 2 days after being baptized, I found out one of the men who did it was a sex offender. Another guy who helped him was cheating on his wife. You see, Patrick, that is extremely disgraceful of them. And I'm more of a Protestant now, or like I call myself an eclectic Christian because I combine a bunch of different beliefs together in my Christian practice. But I was raised Catholic, and the Catholic Church has a history of having disturbing people, disturbing priests in there that do things to kids. So I understand it can seem contradicting, and this is the whole thing. Is Patrick of? I believe that God knows like what you've been through and is your judge. But you have to remember is that people are corrupted and fallen, and there are many wolves in sheep's clothing, so to speak, that are not really honest. So having a relationship between God and yourself is the best way to go because humans can be very flawed. Church institutions, whatever, can be very flawed and corrupted. So I'm very unfortunate that you had to go through that confusion because of those creepy people. And people do use religion for their own gain or whatever, but God is certainly, against that, and his prophets and his, Bible and other faiths that believe in God that Abrahamic do not, believe in that type of behavior. So, yeah, it would definitely be against that. So, try not to base it off persons, but base it off of like your personal relationship with God. But do it whenever you're ready and how you want to do it. Of course, 'cause I understand you had a bad experience with it. The pastor of the church was charged with fraud, embezzlement, and it was Pentecostal church. Okay. Oh, thank you, Patrick. God bless you. Yeah, and that is a very messed up situation that happens to you. It's quite of a heartbreaking thing to go through. And does it not depend, or if it repeat the fact after before? See, AJ says the key is supernatural. Because protected and the shielded by God's decree, Lucifer was not manifest on earth as he once did, but the time is always at the end. God cast him down. Amen. Many people believe here that aliens they would have them. Okay, so heaven can be right here on earth as can hell. That's why the stairways to heaven, because as can hell, there's because hit a rock bottom through and can go back to the same level again. Okay. Oh, my pleasure, Patrick. The thought is that you get blessed and don't sin after and forgives anyone is up to us alone to choose. And could happen at any moment, and all the time is going to witness it. And highway to hell is spreading, going everywhere. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Those are classic songs. Definitely. And Jesus said to not be worried about anything, as like the trees and the plants and all, and the animals. Don't worry. God takes care of all of them, and we should not be worried either. Jesus said, if anyone hurts a child, they should have a rope tied around their neck and be thrown into the sea with a boulder. Jesus said, if you look at a woman with lust, you've already committed adultery in your heart. So it was like Jesus was very strict about these moral things that he wanted humans to follow. His word and uh, his passion was the thing to follow, not by men alone, because men are of the fallen. All right, and greed is the main thing that messes everything up now. Yeah, because there's a child that we're watching. Oh, look at Claude. He just comes out of nowhere. He's almost like an interdimensional being. Okay, and there is something that happens where this woman murdered her husband to get his money for her own selfish investment and greed. And she was sentenced today, and it was good because she was being greedy. And yeah, a lot of evil things happen because of greed all over the world, everywhere. Yeah. And the worst things are done with the best intentions. Something I've heard also too. When people do hard things, they have these very good intentions behind them, but the good intentions, aren't the nice. Yeah, it's Claude live. Hey, Brig, good to see you. Okay, and he must see something. Scared. All his exotic markings. And May said, "We're a bit different. Looking is not a sin, but acting on it. But we are told to lower our age gaze. An issue on sin leads to you thinking sort of my religion, but don't act on it. You are rewarded." Well, thank you for telling me your perspective about your religion and how it views things. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and we do have differences between our two religions. We do, and it's interesting to exchange our different views on things. It's and learn from each other. Yeah. And it's kind of like people through free will and through our own interpretation will all view things from different perspectives, which we're not. If we all thought the same thing, it would just be like a bunch of you know gray cogs in a machine. But we all are humans and all different, and we all have our different ways of interpreting things. So it's definitely a factor there. And so yeah, Claude has jumped over the fence, and he is off on another adventure. And AJ says he has become scapegoat, hate folks, yet some more go hell unrepented, fornication outside. Yeah. So yeah, and I think that with God, it's up to him to judge others. Like as I said, people do go to hell and heaven, but I say I don't know who goes where. That's up to him to judge who goes where. And I think that you know like I personally am not the brightest one to think about who goes to what place, in my opinion, unless you seek forgiveness before you die. Okay, thank you for your commentary on that, Mace. Yeah, and because I believe that all we all like some people that may seem like the best people may be the worst people on earth, and then it might be all, the worst people might be the best people. So yeah, it depends. We may be surprised to see who goes to heaven and who isn't in heaven. So yeah, I leave it up to God what He decides about those things. Yeah. Yes, He is most merciful, and He's all knowing. And yeah, I believe in your religion that God knows the tiniest things of an atom's weight or a mustard seed. He knows all the little tiny details about things. Just as in my religion, it says the same that God knows the desires of the heart, and He knows every tiny little detail about things. So both our religions say the similar concept. Yes. Yeah, autocorrect is very evil. I believe that the Antichrist has to do with autocorrect. Also, say you steal from the Ashtufel, Euphila, and don't seek forgiveness, it's likely that Allah will not forgive me as you are alive to seek it from also. He is still could but might not. Okay. Okay. Thank you for explaining that. Okay, and we got an ET in the chat. We got a Down syndrome. Okay. You're an alien. Okay. I'm also an alien. I'm just observing and studying Earth. And Claude is all over the place, making sure the area in the garden is all up to shape. Scared. Right here we have that's a June. We call this a June bug, right there. Okay. And Yeah, because the June bugs be coming out because we're getting close to June, and there's also gonna be termites in termite season. That's going to be something interesting because a lot of times the termites are just all over the place, and they try to eat the wood and stuff. It's quite crazy. My finger got busted. Looks like ET, another Frankenstein. Right. I remember being alive before this happened 4 or 5 years ago. Okay. He said something. Thrall shall judge. Oh, correct. Let's see. Okay, interesting. Thank you. You never seen a June bug before? Oh, okay. That's fascinating. All right. Let's go bring it back on screen. Maybe we'll show him again. ET phone home. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's right there. Um, Phil. It's a bug that comes out around June. It's some sort of beetle or something. You don't have them in New Zealand, okay? Yeah. So yeah, that is it. So I'm gonna fly in my face or something. Yep. He didn't necessarily fly on me, but he just kind of flew somewhere else. But yeah, that is because he thinks it's daytime, probably. Oh, see, look at Claude. He's interdimensional. He just came out of nowhere. He vanished again. Yeah, so that was Junebug. Yeah, beetles with their black. Yes. And Claude disappears again out of nowhere. A golden fly. Very intriguing. I have not seen. I don't think I've seen a golden fly before. I've seen some golden bugs before, but not that one specifically. Yeah, it sounds very odd to me. What you're referring to. Also, these types of lights that the camera phone has is something that stimulates the bugs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like to see that at some point. I'll like look it up or something. I mean, that sounds kind of crazy. There must be some different species of bug that I'm not familiar with in my region. It was in the day too, so you got a clear view of it. That's good. Okay. Yeah, I will look them up. Yeah, I will. Now we have the different birds chirping. Birds are getting ready to sing. Mace, have a peace and blessings to you. Thank you for being here tonight. Um, take care. Okay, I will look that up too. I'll look that up too. Yeah. Okay, and something cool is that there's all kinds of cryptids that exist across the world in different parts of the planet, everywhere, that have not been completely discovered or detected. And but they people have talked about them before. So, oh, hello, Dakin. Well, good to see you. So that is something that we have seen a lot in these different scenarios where people will have a lot of these giant snakes and these other type of creatures that we will see in different parts of the world, and I think the counters people have are very intriguing. Yeah, and I'm curious to people that are here. Anybody has heard or seen Nephilims before? I mean, not Nephilims, but seen the cryptids before, because there are so many encounters people have had. There's all kinds of small ones and big ones that people have experienced. I think that they are truly, you know, something that does exist. Either there are lab experiments or different type of creatures that exist in the world that we're not completely familiar with at the moment. Okay, and okay, and There's something called there's a frog, like a frog humanoid that exists in Florida somewhere, and that's kind of crazy because it's like a frog that's like a human, and when you have that happen, it could be very cool to see. Like, is it made up, or is it something that people are not actively doing? Like, for instance, if you have this thing called, a frog that's like a person, right? Would you exactly know what it is, or would it be some sort of reptilian thing? That's what I would be wondering. Because a lot of people either make up stuff, or they're just doing it for they actually saw something kind of strange. So that one kind of perplexes me. I don't know if it's like some sort of reptilian type humanoid, or if they saw like a literal frog that was like a human sized thing. That had to be goofy to see. Now it would be cool if people would take pictures of these things so we could see exactly what they are, but maybe we will one day. But it became the mascot of a place in Florida. Now there's something another cryptid that's like a giant eel. That I'll tell you all about. And going over this way, there is according to the popular legend, there was a monster eel of great size inhabited the pool of Punta Anaga that terrified the local people. The legend ended up in a cave, and its name is pool itself. The Charco Anguilla is its name, and among the residents of Punta, there is a common tradition that many years ago, the eel of enormous size lived in the region inside the gorge in the same jurisdiction. And it was a large eel creature that people would see on a regular, basis. But then again, it disappears. So could have been a mutation. Was it some prehistoric thing? 'Cause sometimes there could be prehistoric things that exist that people don't always uh, are able to see. So it could be that or something else. Yeah. Yeah, the potato bug drew some cricket. Scared. Yeah, that's a pretty scary thing right there. Scared. Yeah, so some of these bugs that exist are stranger than could be strange as a cryptid. Looks kind of like a giant bee, like a giant bumblebee thing. Yeah, so I think there's more in this world that we haven't discovered that we don't quite understand. And there are lots of other things that have not happened yet. Like, for instance, we have not seen the every single thing that might be on this planet. So sometimes when people see those things, they're seeing vague sightings of something. Yeah, it does. It does. It looks like a humanoid bumblebee. And they could be extremely large. And when you have something with humanoid features, you it really is like a cryptid of some kind in real life that is like confirmed because basically there's cryptids that exist that people didn't think were cryptids. Yeah. So in those types of scenarios with the bugs, I think they're not all made up stories. So a lot of times with cryptid stories, people think that they're made up or they're invented. But I do think that it's possible that they're not made up, but not all of them are made up. I do think there's possibly other things that are made up, but there's definitely things that are real in this world too. There's also a cryptid whale. Cryptid whales are the claim to exist by the cryptozoologists, and there's high fin sperm whales, like a whale, like a sperm whale with a big like a shark thing on its head, right? The Aleu whale is whales and dolphins purportedly being seen by the author resembles a sepia brown killer whale. So you have some whales that are so massive and other ones with beaks. So those are some examples of cryptids from regular creatures. So say we have regular cryptids in our world, right? That we know about that are mythological. Some theories is that there are cryptids out here that are derived from other creatures that we have in this world that were already in existence. You know, like say there's a different variation of a dolphin. There's different variations of some different animals and sea animals because you know most of the oceans have never been even discovered. So this is what causes that to happen of this confusion. Like when I saw the different type of raccoon. Oh, drastic plastics. Yeah, I agree with you because there's something called the USOs. And I go, alien, what's a USO? So sometimes a USO, so many places for them to hide. Yeah, so a USO is this type of entity that is a UFO, but it comes from underwater, and sometimes they go back into the water and they go on a landing pad. That's where the aliens go. The aliens go on a landing pad, and when they do that, they are able to have a interesting experience by landing in the water rather than going back to outer space. Theories consist that the aliens are been here for a long time, like on a base, or maybe they're from here and they live in Antarctica somewhere underwater too, and they just come out of the ground. They come out of the water. So that's why we haven't discovered most of the oceans. You know, we got to discover our oceans and be able to see these different things that they're not telling us about. Hello, every day. Good, welcome back. Hello, Roman. Oh yeah, Pepsi Cola to you. Welcome. Yeah. So, in my opinion about that, back a thousands of years ago, they had different types of uh, ancient like Indian civilizations that were seen, and they were documented the Venendas. They documented flying craft coming from underwater. So this idea of flying craft coming from underwater is a concept that's been going around for over 100 years. Thousands of years. Yeah, the piece of grass is an alien. Yep. Yeah, the craft operate on thought and vibration. Yeah. Oh, it looked at you suspiciously. Well, that was a blade of grass. Thinking, knowing that you are onto that blade of grass, it knows that you're onto something. So, yeah, the blade of grass looks at me funny sometimes too. I have to, but we got to expose the blades of grass and they act out. Scared. I don't know of Clyde Lewis. It might sound familiar, but I'm not really too certain who that is. Rather than the sunrise, the moonrise. From my opinion about levels of consciousness, there is our main conscience, and then there is a subconscious, which is things that we desire from the inner heart that we know about, but we don't talk about, and they may be good or bad things, which that we're not even thinking about consciously. It's something kind of like working in the background. There's our conscious that we hide from everybody, and it's like a mask, and we bury. So you have the it's like an iceberg, and then there's like a conscious frequency that's like psychic that people could have. That's what I think of the consciousness, and I think that we have all kinds of different variations of consciousness, and sometimes the subconscious bleeds through, and people will see the truth of what they think over time. So yeah, I think it's an important thing. We don't always know exactly what our subconscious is thinking. You know, Doug said, "Oh, you gotta look him up. He's radio station thing, and he paranormal and paralogical stuff. Decades. He has great live. Listen his channel for years." Clyde Lewis. Okay, I'll check him out. Thank you, Doug. I like to see like-minded people. Thank you. Remember that time I told you about the mysterious growl? You mentioned JFK files. Did you get a chance to review it? Yeah, yeah. I thought it was very weird, that the growl happened right around that time. It was something of a paranormal event, in my opinion. So thank you for pointing that out for me. There was a time where I was filming something, and in that area I was just in, and there was some growling noises. I was talking about JFK assassination. Another time there was like some, so sometimes there could be some alleged paranormal activity that happens in these parts. Oh yeah, scared. I'm sure she did. It was if it also spooked me too. That we something like that was detected, and I'm glad for your very good ears to be able to pick up on that. Also, all right. Doug said, South or Western Virginia, where you live. I live on planet Earth, somewhere in the south part of the planet Earth. That's where I am. Fascinating moon. Yeah, yeah. Yep, Doug. Yes. Roman said, "Hey, you go near the white chair. Never mind, you just passed it. That's where the growl less occurred. All right, right here. Yeah, I've heard things before in this region. Like over here, I've heard stuff. So it's by this region. Yeah, yeah. Scared. Why do humans need to suffer in the West to awaken level of life? The shadow holds answers to the light cannot give. Well, thanks for the info. Yeah, we definitely as humans need enlightenment as much as possible because there's lots of things they're trying to dull our enlightenment. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. A shout out to the alien emojis. I grew up in school, saw a light that would have been miles from the house, tracking left, right every other night, and did anything but planes and helicopters would have made the crap load a load of noise. Okay. Always believer, and I am Christian, but I see God as an artist. One artist ever stopped after New Masterpiece. Oh, I agree, and I'm a Christian too, and I agree that God is an artist, and He creates all kinds of things that we can't even imagine. Yes, yes, South Carolina. Okay, yeah, that's cool, and also I like your idea on how you think. And I definitely think that God has made. That's why I do think that, although I believe in interdimensional beings, I do think aliens are real of some kind, and there's more things out there than just us. But like for as I said, there's things in the oceans we've not seen. There's all kinds of stuff in our own world that we've not really come across. Because too many times, we see things that aren't really there. We see things that are there, but we don't really see them with our own naked eye. But they're there somewhere. Yes, yes, yes. I believe that there's so many worlds He created and so many different things and circumstances that we cannot begin to imagine or predict how God is or His ways, because His ways are not our ways. And with cryptids that I was talking about before, I think some of them are creatures that we have in this earth that we're not completely familiar with. And I think they are also entities in this world that may have been made in a laboratory or some other type of interdimensional being or something that went extinct or something that was hiding in the wilderness. Because sometimes there are some entities that will hide in the wilderness that we don't even know is there. Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm glad to meet you, and we're talking about this. Again, I'm like a new generation of it. Yeah, and in the trees, I'll see something, I'll hear something, right, and then it'll just kind of dart off, and I don't even know what it is. It's quite sneaky, indeed. I'll be praying for him too, that the Lord can bless him with abundance and health. Amen. Okay, and very cool to see the moon. Very cool. Scared. Yeah, I mean, I do, as I said, the art that can be detected in nature is that people think it comes from by random chance, but I don't think that it comes from random chance. I think that nature is just naturally something special that we will see over time take its course in a positive way. But people don't see it like that. They think it's just some random thing that happens for no reason. No, I don't have a paranormal radio app because I'm just it's something that I should get, but I've that's something that I'm not. I don't have no. You know, there's been lots of. You said it's abnormal. Okay, if it's abnormal radio app, either one I don't have. No, it'd be interesting to know about it and what it does, because I'm sure it'd be something interesting to look into. Those are the cool birds. Roman said, I'm an experiencer as well as witnessed both styles of paranormal anomalies, events UFOs when I was 12, and poltergeist activity, and I was 15. Bro, I'm glad I caught your stream. I finally get to share this stuff with someone. Oh, well, I'm all ears, and thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate having conversing with. We meet a lot of cool people here that we like to talk to and have interesting conversations with. Paranormal radio with a Gray's face logo. Okay, nice, nice. Yeah, that'd be cool. A free app. Well, that is an offer I can't refuse. Then that's cool. That's cool. It's so cool about the morning is that it's when all the birds and stuff come out. Oh, that's great. That's great because people have to, take their interests and go along with them. Remember, I was researching about someone I know was talking to me about ghost hunting, and with the ghost hunting that occurs, I think that it is very cool to have that type of concept of ghost hunting because people were able to do it in such a way where they would know how to do it, where they could hunt for them, but they won't be able to have a problem where scientists and others would be skeptical. Because a lot of people do things through rituals and different practices like that. So the thing to do that I thought was quite intriguing is to see these other ways of detecting ghosts, such as using a lidar and some EMF, I think it's called, gauges to detect a different electric frequency. It could detect something either there or electrical frequency without doing any kind of magical stuff or any kind of rituals. So to prove to the scientific community that there's something else on the other side. Yeah, and I think the gray alien logo is a good idea, by the way, for that. Yeah, because it's like, because that would be perfect theme for it. Because the alien symbol in general is a type of thing that will go and be like the lighthouse for all people that will see these alien encounters. It really is. It's like a giant lighthouse. Yeah, I don't. I said the that could be an idea of people that are trying to do ghost hunting. Uh, and the thing is that it seems a little bit too spiritual. But thank you for the suggestion. Because the thing would be to detect it through like electrical energy only. But yeah, people do use those black boxes and they're able to detect different spirit things talking through them. Yeah. If anything, we had an experience like that with when Roman saw my stream, where people were able to see this type of growling noise and a moaning noise that happened. So it looks like the chair might be already a spirit box. Scared. A little good brisk walk in the garden for the morning. It didn't sound human. No, no, it wasn't human. It was some sort of entity. Black boxes in the right Watt and C. Clyde show can help you put in contact extraterrestrials. Yeah. And at the moment, I'm not doing that right now, but thank you for the offer on that. And but that is pretty cool that it can put people in contact with extraterrestrials, because I do think those extraterrestrials can be. There are entities that are interdimensional that could be something with the um, Watchers, the fallen angels. They could also be things from other planets. It's possible that could do a couple of different things. Yeah. So that's pretty cool that they could do that. Doug, it's okay. You can be excited. Be passionate about it. You tell me more about it if you'd like. From what it spoke, they were from light years away. Oh, Doug, I mean, did you know like some aliens claim to be time travelers from 50,000 years from now? And they're humans that went to another planet that were able to, you know, not another planet, but humans that lived in space for so long that they changed completely from us. So that is another fascination about them. Yeah, and they can be from galaxies from light years away. We also have to be aware of wolves in sheep's clothing and things that might be false spirits or entities too. No, the birds are tweeting. I'm scared. Yes, Roman, I'd like to hear your wild theory. I'm all ears. I'm all eyes to see what you have to type. Yes. Hey, so Roman said, okay, so Doug says the USA experimented with that with the Navy ship crew ended the infused with the walls in the ship, but they don't talk about that. No, they don't talk about a lot of things that happened. They are known for not doing that often. And in those experiments, people will have that happen. They will see so many things in the Navy and the military, but it's not being documented. And let's see, I want to ask how old you are, but what generation are you part of? I am 28. That is what I am. No problem with that. Asking that. Good morning, Nan. Welcome to the stream. And this is a little bit different. It's a moon rising over a sunrise. Roman says, "All right, man. So you looking how God cast out and damned those Nephilim, external damnation when they die, and the giants ask for forgiveness. Well, I believe they are splicing DNA with their offspring to have the ability to get into higher plane existence to avoid hell or to avoid non-existence." Oh, okay. So they're trying to go into some other dimension to avoid the judgment. Okay, thank you for your take on that. I think that very well may be what's going on. Yeah. It almost looks like the moon is having an eclipse, but it's not really an eclipse. But it may seem like it. So yeah, I think that is a plausible theory about the UFOs and their whereabouts. That because there's remember we are talking about the about Enoch yesterday, and that there's these things that are trying to escape the reality because of those the waning crescent moon, because the demon spirits and the demons are Nephilim spirits in the Great Flood, apparently. Thank you, mods. Appreciate it. Hello there, Amy. Good. Where I am, it's good morning. So good morning to you. And Doug said, "Okay, 32. I have a lot of TiVo Togung, but I have the homework to make sure that correct morning for me, so I have to go to bed." Okay, good night, Doug. Thank you for coming. They'll be back. That's good. That's good. Well, where am I standing? Let's see. Okay, good. I wasn't over there. I was supposed to be. Okay, that's good. All right, Roman. Let's see what you got to say. I think because of some of these abducted mentions, these aliens have the capability of extract their soul and allow them to experience rocks and planets, and then put them back in later. Bodies will. Yeah, because I sometimes think that the aliens could be a projection or an avatar from another dimension that's going over to this dimension somehow. Yeah, so we have nice birds. We have some nice birds that are chirping out in the morning, and the sky's kind of like a twilight. It's certainly a twilight color. Indeed. Brian said, "Did you hear that CIA went to Paulina Rubio's office to reclaim the MK Ultra files along with the JFK files without their knowledge?" Well, I'm not surprised. I didn't know that, Roman, but I'm not surprised because a lot of times they want to censor the information, and they don't want people to know the truth about what's really going on or what happened. They don't want to give people a confirmation about what they're suspicious about. They want to leave people in the dark. So I think it's really cringe that they're just doing the same old thing. She threatened them in public to bring them back, or they will face the confessional hearing. And I do think they lie, and they have all kinds of secret government agencies that, like, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. So they need to go and cough up their true documents. Yes, yes, it's fascinating to see this play out on Twitter. Yeah, there's some plants that are coming up pretty well. There are also lots of mosquitoes out here. Oh, Tony. Oh, that's cool. Earlier this morning, when I mean, like an hour or maybe 40 minutes or so ago, it looked orange. Okay, so that's cool. You got to see that experience. Thank you for um, um, coming here. Yeah, yeah, it's the bloody moon. Not all moons are blood moons, but some of them are. The blood moons, when it turns, it's a solar eclipse that happens when it makes it turn like dark red. When a solar eclipse happens for the moon, it's kind of crazy because it's like you think like it's not going to happen for a second because the moon looks the same. Then like a little piece of it starts turning darker and darker and darker until the whole thing's covered. And then you're just kind of like, ah, I got you. That's what it's kind of like. I've seen the blood moon, and it's really cool because it's like it like it shifts, turns completely dark, then it just has this glow. It's really cool. Yeah, we do share the same sky. Yeah, crescent moon. It almost looks like an eclipse, but it isn't. Yeah. Yeah, you see, like the moon, apparently has a base on it that we're not aware about. That's like some interesting lore about the moon. They used to want to fire a rocket with a dude in it on the moon, and by doing that, people went on the moon and saw some weird aliens and stuff there. It was in like an old 1800s movie. And our flowers are still here after blooming. They're quite fascinating. They will stay for a while. They eventually die back down. I didn't hear anything. There was no dog barking. Did you hear something else? Yeah, because there was no. Well, thank you for having our ears. There's no dog out right now. Okay, Roman. Understood. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't hear. I didn't hear anything specific. Good morning, Peachland. Welcome to the stream. We are doing a garden live, just kind of look around the garden and talking about different things. So, Roman, right now there's no dogs at the moment. So this moon is extremely intriguing of how it could just the classic crescent moon that a lot of people will see, and it is like up in the morning time, like when the sun's coming up. So it's kind of like it's like a contradiction, but it isn't. Yeah. So in these types of forests, you know, people when we talk about the Bigfoot and the different types of things that might be out there, and times there are some animals that are not really the Bigfoot or some sort of a cryptid that they're mistaken for one. That happens quite frequently, but then again, there's some things that are just unexplainable. They may have an explanation, but they're not always entirely certain. But definitely, Twilight is a very good time, in the morning because it's a evening and night. It's so cool to see the different sky transformations. Something like a lot of people really like to see. Indeed. Like for instance, you have like the skyline right here, right? That's where it's like where the sun's coming up. Then you have this, and then you have all that, right? It's such a nice contrast. Morning, Saw. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. It is the morning. We are seeing the nice sunshine. Indeed. Sun and will be coming up, and then we have the moon. So we had this time it was a moonrise. Oh, I agree. Definitely. I was thinking how cool this aesthetic of this picture is. All right, so Jamie says, "Good morning, everyone. I'm in New Jersey, and we have overcast first time in 4 days, and it blows my mind. I'm up at sunset every day. Oh, I also am a night owl. Not recently, but I'm usually a night owl. Oh, you're actually sunrise. Yeah, I've been on sunrise recently because of the different types of schedule that I have and streaming things I've been doing. Yeah. Let's see who this is. Oh, scared. Oh, Claude has a rat. Claude caught himself a rat. That's what he got. That's some live action right there. He looks like he caught a rat. That's what it looks like. And bro was just walking casually past the camera with a rat. It may have been a mouse, but it looked pretty big, so it's probably a rat. I'm playing the trial today, yes. So, Jamie said, and it just blows my mind. We've been finally getting good sunrises with that moon, hoping to get one this morning. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, mods. Appreciate it. This Jamie is in planet Earth, somewhere in the south part of it. That's where it is. But yeah, the birds sound excellent in the morning. Absolutely. We have a lot of birds here, and they always sound enchanting. Indeed. I like seeing the sky change with different colors. Oh yeah, yeah, I enjoy it too. There is something from inside I will be getting, but we'll be like right back outside. But getting them all. And there's lots of mosquitoes outside. Also, there's thousands of them. Okay. All right. So right here we have the okra's growing well. It's doing good. Right here we have some new. See, look right there is a brand new tomato plant. Those other tomato plants are already growing. Yeah, he went to go eat his rat somewhere. He's nowhere in sight. Oh yeah, here I talk about UFOs somewhat, and I talk about conspiracy theories. I talk about trials. I do trial coverage and talk about true crime. I talk about a lot of different things. I'm very eclectic. So yeah, I do talk about UFOs and aliens, of course, and all these other types of things. Yeah, all subjects definitely. Hey, and we got some more of these kind of swampy looking plants too. Pretty cool. Yeah, growth. Yeah, these things are pretty big. Yeah, they're these types of ancient plant that was used by natives, indigenous people for like wheat and herbal stuff. But I just use them for decoration now. Yeah, now the moon is pretty much fading right there. It's pretty much fading. Oh, you saw that? Yeah, that was back. That was my earlier ones. Yeah, that one was good time. So that took place over here. All right, it took place over here, and See, that was before I was getting into trials, or like around that was around the time I was getting into trials. So when I got into the trials stuff, I wasn't doing as frequently. But now I'm finally going back into gardening more frequently than I did before, like during the depth trial. So because that's when I got into the trial stuff with y'all over at LC, and then now I'm doing it more than I used to do before. But yeah, like these are pumpkins and squash right here. But what happened was, yeah, it was over here, and I had the Viking spinach, and I was harvesting them, and I had the radishes, you know, harvesting them too. Oh, I also have shorts. Yes, so I am going to stream it today. And these are some flowers right here. They're going to grow. These like larger flower plants. Yeah, and oh, we're watching with the Josie trial at Wisconsin. She deleted her stepchild, a murderer stepchild. This is a pumpkin plant. Oh, I like spinach the most, I'd say. Well, I like pumpkin the most technically, but I like spinach like on a regular basis, and then I like the other vegetables too. So yeah, I ate salads, you know, and I'll tell you, like, this is a broccoli from the garden. This is broccoli from the garden, and the broccoli from the garden tastes better than anything you'll have at the grocery store. Some spinach right there. But I eat mac and cheese. I eat all kinds of other things too, but besides vegetables. Yeah, shout out to Phil. Yeah, red beetle bug. Yeah. Yeah. Now, also, the sunrise is going to be soon. There's a part of the show where we go inside and talk about some different like cryptids and things from online, and I mean, other things too besides cryptids. We're talking about other things, but I'm going to come back out here when the sun comes up. But we're going to go in, and y'all can see me. And we'll talk about some different um, things about plants and stuff on the inside part. So I said we will be out here again So when the sun comes back up in a little bit, but we're not going anywhere. We're just moving to another location. All right. Okay, be off. So it'll be dark for a second, then I'll come. Then you'll see me. I might be wondering why I'm wearing a pirate hat. And the reason for this is because I go outside sometimes when it's stormy. I go outside sometimes when it's stormy, and this definitely is. It helps my going through the trees and stuff. And when it's windy, it's just kind of filters through the thing. So yeah, definitely a pirate theme. Yes, Jamie, I'm following the Kirk case also. Yes, absolutely. I remember when it happened. When the incident happened. Yes, we are definitely doing the Kirk case. One more sub away from 2K subs. Well, that's very nice. 11 a.m. And Saul says, yes, I saw that, and she got to be one dumb criminal. She had wandered the streets and could have brought some, but no, she's got to ask a friend and get the drug thing back. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's completely cringe about the way she handled that situation. Indeed, yeah. Right. It's. I'll summarize the case for you, Jamie. I'll summarize everything for you to understand. Okay. Let's see. All right. It's Josie Dykeman. That is the defendant's name, and is on trial for the February 2023 death of the 6-year-old AJ, which is Alex Xavier uh, Pendrin, the son of the then boyfriend. So basically, the son of the boyfriend that she had at the time. So yeah, Josie Dykeman is on trial for February 2023 death of the 6-year-old AJ, the son of her then boyfriend. The ongoing in LA Cross County, Wisconsin addresses the charges of first degree intentional homicide, chronic child neglect, and repeated physical abuse of the child. On February 11, 2023, Dykeman called 911 report for AJ was unresponsive on the floor. She initially claimed that he got into a bag of drugs. Prosecutors revealed that Dykeman was the only adult home at the time. Cell phone records, not recordings, but records show that she was texting another man to arrange a date. To arrange a date during these people. The I'll show you the defendant. So the defendants, these are all Caucasian people. If the ethnicity of these people are Caucasian, and I I'm not too sure what the what I believe that's what at least the defendant is. I think they all are, but I'm not. I think I'm right about that. Anyway, so okay, thank you mods for uh, thank you mods. I appreciate you keeping chat in check. Appreciate it. All right. So hello Lynn. The Dykeman was one of home at the time, and cell phone records show that she was texting another man to arrange a date during hours leading up to 911 call. And the medical examiner determined that AJ died from blunt force trauma. Autopsy reports revealed that extensive injuries, these include a torn liver, internal bleeding, and brain swelling, and multiple head, face, and neck bruises. Uh, Toxicology reports also indicate that the presence of Xanax in his system. Hello there, fishing. Good to see you. State records revealed a continuous pattern of Child Protective Services (CPS) warned multiple abuse reports regarding the household were logged between 2018 and 2022. One month before the death, AJ was hospitalized for fractured femur. The attending doctor explicitly flagged the injury as highly addictive. Thank you, Jamie. Nice dono. Appreciate it. Yes, I agree, Jamie. I hate them too. Yeah, to break the femur takes a lot of power. Absolutely. 1 month before death of Xavier was the hospitalized with fractured femur. Attending the doctor explicitly flagged the injury as high indicative of child abuse. During the trial, the defendant's own son and stepson testified against her. They detailed seeing Dykeman repeatedly hit and kick and choke out AJ and push him to down the stairs. Now, the father was abusive too, uh, but he wasn't responsible for this, nor was he trying to get his life taken away either. But she was very abusive, definitely. But they both were crazy, parents. And parents not even a title really for her at all, right? And yeah, yeah. He was pretty nutty too. Yeah, and absolutely. The prosecution also introduced the Others Acts evidence in 2013 case with Dykeman faced charges of neglecting and causing mental harm to previous boyfriend's daughter. Dykeman took the stand and denied all allegations of abuse, stating that she loved Alex Xavier like her own child. And she goes to this narcissistic thing where she tries to go play, she loves AJ and she thinks she's great and, he's a great son and all these other things. Yes, I will show you her face right now. Right now. All right, she's a disturbed looking individual. And as I said, I'll be airing the trial later on, also. Okay. This is her right here on the. They both are horrible people, but she really abused Alex the most and deleted him, killed him. Yeah. Yeah, it's extremely creepy about what she did. This is another picture of her. I use this as a thumbnail. She's like a, kind of menacing looking. Doesn't look like a, um, people in prison are not going to really have a smile on their face necessarily, but she looks kind of menacing. That's her attorney, and that's her. You see, look at those eyes. Scared. Scared. Yeah. That's the mugshot. Exactly, Roman. Oh, good morning, Grace. Welcome. I'm scared. Yeah, and not the most appetizing defendant. Well, chat, we have made a accomplishment. We are at 2K subs. We are at 2K subs, chat, and I want to thank you all for subbing and being on the channel. So I appreciate it. We've made a new accomplishment. That is great. Yeah, and so we are getting there. We're getting up there. Yeah, happened just now. So yeah, shout out to everybody. Yes, Jamie, you were 2K. Yeah. Lynn said I would charge them both, but give her life in prison without parole. Absolutely. Saw Girl, I'm not going anywhere. I told you all that. We're gonna watch the sunrise when it comes up. We're not going anywhere. I was just I was thanking you all for subbing to the channel because we are at 2K subs. Oh, thank you, Roman. Oh, it's my pleasure, Phil. My pleasure, definitely. Yeah. So it's wild because I remember when I got to 1K, and now I'm at 2K. It's up in Wisconsin. Okay. Where I am in the central timeland, it's getting where I am. It's not quite well. We are in a central time zone. I think. I believe. Just where I am is a little bit more east of you, a little bit. It's getting to where I am soon. It's dark in California. Yeah. All right. These are defense arguments and testimony in the case. Dykeman took the stand and denied all allegations of abuse and stating that she loved Alex Xavier like her own child. Of course, that was, nonsense. And his son will be up in 8 hours. Okay, nice. The defense points to Alex Xavier's father, Derek. Now the screensaver's on, so I have to turn it off. Okay. The defense points to AJ's father, Derek, claiming he was a domestic abuse while frequently battered the child, which he did. And the defense argued that investigators failed to thoroughly vet the father as potential suspect. Yes, Jamie, she is up because she likes to see the garden lives. Yeah. Oh, people stay up all over the country and the world to watch these streams, and sometimes people are up at different hours to do those things. Yes, and the other kids said she was very abusive to AJ. She was. The mother was the most abusive to AJ. The father had. The father was bad too, but the mother was really abusive to AJ. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. A lot of people like it soothing, and when I'm doing the other streams, people ask me when I'm doing the garden live. So that's the finale of the day. Definitely. All right. So forensic psychologists testified that the defense diagnosing Dykeman with major neuro neurocognitive disorder resulting from severe traumatic brain injury (TBI) suffered from a past domestic abuse, and the psychologist noted that Dykeman suffers from memory deficiency PTSD and depression. Yeah, she got hit in the head with a baseball bat, by the way. Saw says the mom does act like she has some sort of TBI and who hit her in the head with the baseball bat. Chris. Yeah, okay. Let's go into the baseball bat thing. All right, Saw says, wait, it'll be further up north. Okay, it's up north. And right during the trial, testimony revealed that Jenna Love, the biological mother of the victim AJ, so the mother of the child that was murdered, hit Josie in the head with a baseball bat. Incident. According to the case, the discussions and community context, Josie and Jenna Love had a long-standing history of extreme animosity and personal disputes. The accumulated in violent assaults where Love struck Dykeman in the head with baseball bat. Aftermath. Because of the specific attack, uh, Jenna Love was criminally prosecuted and incarcerated. She was actively serving her prison sentence at the time. Her son AJ was killed February 2023. Amen, Grace. Absolutely, Nan. The both parents are very bad. All right. Defense relevance. Dykeman's defense team brought up her history of severe head trauma to support testimonies from forensic psychologists that argue that these past assaults commit for both Jenna and Love, and AJ's father, Derek, left Dykeman with permanent severe traumatic brain injury over the being hit in the head. But yeah, so she must have felt terrible that her son was deleted, was murdered when she was locked up for hitting her in the head. Wow. Oh well, it is really it's a lot of information, Saul, and it's definitely something essential to the story that many may not be aware of or realize. And let's see the prosecution's cross examination of it. Let's go here. Prosecution aggressively cross examined the defense claims of Josie Dykeman's traumatic brain injuries and cognitive disorders, framing them as calculated shield to avoid accountability. A challenging memory deficient defense. State prosecution directly confronted Dykeman about selective nature of her memory, and they highlighted how she could vividly recall specific details of past domestic abuse, but claimed served TBI induced memory blockages regarding the timeline of AJ's fatal injuries. State presented extensive digital evidence to prove her active cognitive awareness. Investigators highlighted that the text messages where Dykeman instructed Derek Pendrin to delete communications and deliberately set up the new Facebook Messenger accounts, specifically that the so called detectives couldn't see what she was talking about. What is wrong with people? Can't they just keep their damn hands off the innocent unless what is wrong with the world? I just don't understand why CPS doesn't do more to keep these kids from people away from children. Oh, I agree. I agree because there's so many of these like innocent children, especially. I mean, they don't need to be abused and hurt like that. It's very bizarre to treat them in that fashion. I I believe people would do better if some people were just incarcerated because they just don't have a conscience. In my opinion, they don't have a conscience to really see right from wrong, uh, and they just choose to do evil. Like they don't really care about other people. Is what I'm trying to say. They could if they wanted to, but they don't. Exactly, Jamie. We talk about that with the Epstein stuff. Yeah, and the satanic rituals they do. Yeah, and they they want adrenochrome. That's what they get from them. Yeah, and I believe that does happen from the different occultic rituals that these elites do, and they want to target children specifically. Because of the pure energy that they have. There was this various different cults that were and elite people that are high up that were involved with these things. So even it trickles down these types of people. It would be yeah. And Ann said the sad part is there's no place to put these kids. Not enough foster parents. Oh, I know, Nan. It's very sad. There's not enough foster parents to help out these kids. Foster homes, and especially being a foster child is a traumatic thing in general, and not enough foster homes or people that need to adopt. So I do think it's a definitely traumatic situation. Indeed. And it's unfortunate that there's not enough, especially over in Eastern Europe, in Russia. They're filled with uh, orphans, a lot of orphans. Yes, Jamie, I know very well. I know very well about what's going on. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. And Lynn says the house was disgusting. I mean, it looked like a hurricane hit it and it flooded. Like when the hurricane floods a place and back in 20 years ago or whatever. So, well, anytime like something gets flooded, it looks like with their house. Yeah, it was, you know, not not good looking at all. They didn't have beds to sleep in. No, it was just, um, it was a rat house. Man, amen. I agree. Amen. Yeah, Jamie, and there is a lot of human trafficking going on, and there's a lot of, you know, we don't always know where these kids go, if they come from there or they come from this place or that place, where they come from, which from different sources. Many of them do go missing, and we don't know exactly where they go. And I do believe that with the human trafficking networks are very powerful from globally, and they're using um, they could use the border as a way of transporting people. They could use different um, other countries, plane networks, etc., and where they're going. So there's a lot of things that are not enough is being done to try to stop that, and it's extremely disgraceful. And I think a lot of these politicians don't really care about us at all. Many of them don't. 300,000 is a big number. It is a big number. You know, it's like a giant genocide is happening in a way. It's like uh, they're going somewhere, and there's also missing people of all ages too that are being trafficked as well, besides the children. But yeah, 300,000 is a big number, and we have an idea because of the Epstein situation where they're going, and the people are still there. They've not been arrested, so it should be your top priority. But the news isn't going to talk about that stuff. They're not going to talk about things like that. I agree, Nan. They certainly are. Indeed. They're the parents extremely would be irresponsible, and also those that are being captured against their will are also not good either. Those people that are kidnapping the kids are those that are allowing their kids to go through the things like that too. Yeah. Well, very well said, chat. I agree. And prosecution argue that the calculated actions showed sophisticated consciousness of guilt and an intent to stage the crime scene, which contradicted the defense's depiction of a confused, severely impaired individual. Attacking the abuse and fear of the narrative. During cross examination, day 11, in court, the trial state that demand that why Dykeman reported alleged abuse to law enforcement right after his arrest, February 10, 2023, the night before AJ's death. All right. And okay. And I do think that the in my opinion, okay, understood. Thank you for your opinion about that, Jamie. I would think that now there's traffic children all over the place, and they may be using that as an avenue. Oh, that's good. You're growing three varieties of tomatoes. What tomatoes you're growing? Now, whatever trafficking was going on through the border, I think would probably be stopped by now. You know, because a lot of different groups would use the border to traffic people. That is true, Nan. That it was open for that to happen to begin with, and so I think any trafficking that would be happening through the border would have been stopped. But there's also other ways children are being kidnapped and are being lost, and you know by these elites and stuff. So it doesn't, any children, mass amounts of children being kidnapped needs to be talked about, and missing people in general. But yeah, it's so I think that the it would be shut off now, so they wouldn't be coming through there anymore. Of the trafficking isn't happening through that specific area, but there's probably trafficking in other ways from other groups. It's okay, Grace. Okay, so we're gonna let's see. All right. Yeah, I will go unhide him. Let's see. But thank you for telling me about your type of tomatoes you have. I appreciate it. It's okay. Accidents happen. It's okay. Let's go and get him out of there. Shout out to Zane. I'm going to get you out of the shadow realm right now. It's okay. Thank you, mods. You're doing excellent. Accidents happen. It's all good. Let's see what his name is. Quite a few people are banned. Okay, so now, Grace, I think you could tap his name again and unhide him. You could do that if you like. I don't necessarily see him in the band area for some reason, but let's see. Sahan, let's see. I think it's important to grow tomatoes and stuff like that. Very cool. It's all good, thank you. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, and by doing this, I'm going to be able to reload this and try this again. All right. Um. Oh, hello, Aaron. Aaron, so great to see you. And Aaron, I want to say that I went to 2K subs. I went to that level. No, no one got mad. Someone accidentally got banned. Trying to see if I could find them, but it's okay. It's all good. Yeah, because I think like if they can go and tap the person's name, they could unhide him if they want to, but they don't have to, I guess. All right, so user Zahan, I'll try to find you later and un unban you. Okay, I have it saved. See if I can find it later. Anyway, let's go this way. Oh yeah, thank you, Aaron. Thank you. All right, let's talk about the tomatoes. Let's see, briskets, heirlooms, Somerset, and heirloom Roma. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Grace. Shout out to you, Aaron. Thank you for being here. Okay, so let's talk about the tomatoes. Let's say so the beefsteak, Somerset, and Roma represent the three distinct categories of the tomato seeds, tailored for different culinary uses, growth habits, and climate conditions. Okay. Okay, the beefsteak is large ribbed, 10 to 32 ounces, intermediate usually, and slicing sandwich burgers, meaty, juicy, massive size. Somerset, the globe shaped, 10 to 12 ounces, semi determinate, salads eating, and extreme heat and crack residence. Roma, the plum pear shaped, the determined bush, sauces, paste, and caning, low moisture, very few seeds. Okay, let's go here. Yes, yes, thank you, Grace, for trying to undo it. Let's see. Oh, it's E. Okay, it's E. Oh, well, simply, I could just do this and look at it this way. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the name, and then we're okay. So ever since the movie Fried Green Tomatoes came out, always wanted to try him, but or came in the restaurant and see them in the restaurant. How can I make them? Oh yeah, we're gonna go examine that in a second. Let's see. Oh, okay, now I got it. All right, so how to make fried green tomatoes? Let's see. All right, to make the classic Southern style fried green tomatoes, you need a firm, unripened green tomatoes, a structured three-step deadering station, and heavy skillet for shallow frying. This technique locks in crunchy golden exterior while the tart interior becomes menacingly tender. 3 to 4 large green tomatoes, sliced to 1 to 4 inch thick, dry base for the bowl. A half all-purpose flour. To wet bind 2 large eggs beaten with half a cup of buttermilk. Bowl 3, crunch coating, half a cup yellow cornmeal, half a cup panko breadcrumbs, half of a teaspoon smoked paprika, and half of garlic powder, salt, and pepper. Frying medium, vegetable, canola, and peanut oil. Enough. Sit 1/4 of an inch deep in the pan. Frying medium, vegetable, cannoli, peanut oil, enough to sit in the pan. Okay, I read that. Okay, I unbanned the user that was talking about the tomatoes. Okay, I was able to fix it. Grace. Okay. Okay, and pre-salt and slices. Average your tomato slices on paper towel lined in a tray lightly sprinkled both sides with salts and let them sit for 10 minutes. Pack completely dry with fresh paper towel to draw out excess moisture, which prevents the final batter from sliding off. Arrange in order. Set up your 3 bowls side by side. First, dust tomato slice in the plain flour 1 bowl and shake off the excess. And next, submerge it fully into egg buttermilk mixture and finally press it firmly into the cornmeal breadcrumb mix, bowl 3 until it is coated. Until June, right? All right, there's heat skillet. Pour your oil into the heavy cast iron skillet and bring in medium high heat, ideally 350 degrees Fahrenheit and 375 degrees Fahrenheit. So the oil is ready when pinch of the stray breadcrumbs sizzles instantly upon contact. Fry in batches. Carefully lower 3 to 4 coated slices into the shimmering oil. Do not overcrowd. And the pan as it drops the oil temperature and makes the cottage greasy. Fry for 3 to 4 minutes per side until the crust turns deeply golden brown and crispy. All right, and finally, number five, drain and serve. Remove the tomatoes with slotted spoon or tongue. Rest them on the wire cooling rack and set them over the paper towels. And catch drippings in the bottom. And you could serve them alongside hot dogs too. Well, hello, Zoomy. All right, so right now we're going to be going outside to look at the sunrise. All right. I'm glad this time I have my hat with me because yesterday I didn't have my hat and I was a little bit scared. All right, so it's gonna be dark for a second, then we're gonna come right back on. Okay, and let's do this. Mm. Hello, everybody. It is Claude. He ate his mouse, and he is enjoying his morning. Very good mac and cheese. Yes, don't kiss mouse. The mouse mouth, right? All right. So right here we have the sunrise completely. Yeah, beautiful indeed. Absolutely. Exactly, Zoomy. Yeah. And also going to go see it from this angle too. Let's see. Shout out to you, Zoomy. Cool people. That's a nice sunrise right there. Sauce says Phil, switch to milk for buttermilk. Same amount, it's really good with buttermilk. Oh yeah, absolutely. The birds are majestic, indeed. Hello, Adam. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, definitely definitely is expensive. Yeah, grocery food isn't even that. You know, I mean, like vegetable wise, it's better from a garden. Oh, there's two Adams in the chat then. They'll call you fast. Yeah. Oh, I assume it was from a movie. I assume it was. I just can't pinpoint which movie it was from. Oh, nice, Zumi. It's a good name. Pure. It's gonna be pure, like the pure sunlight we're seeing. Yeah, you are light. Yes, like this light we see right here. Mhm. Nan said, "Let us talk about the apple." Yeah, let's talk about that apple. A fruit that people aren't supposed to eat, but we're gonna eat anyway. Oh, I appreciate it, Zooey. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, there's a fruit and there's a snake in a garden like this, and Adam was and Eve were told not to eat something, not eat an apple, and it doesn't really end too well. But yeah, because there's an apple that Adam's not supposed to eat in a garden like this. Yes, absolutely. The chat likes you a lot. Yeah, we're all our friends in the chat. Everybody's equal. Yeah, it's a nice chat family we have here. Yeah, Zumi, a shout out to you and your channel, and also I recommend Zumi putting out shorts about a topic or anything like that. Thank you, Nan. I appreciate it for minding the chat. And but yeah, uh, definitely putting out shorts and working on the channel would help you also. Like what I did, you gotta also put in the work into the channel for it to do what it does. Right. Shout out to the mods. Appreciate them very much. Absolutely, Nan. I have indeed. I put a crazy amount of time and a crazy amount of time effort into it. Oh, Grace, it's all good. It's all good. Um, and yeah, it's just like see, it's and a lot of times like people here like sub to each other and that's cool, but like at the same time, people do have to work on the channels that they have, and people that I've like mentored about it have done well. So yeah, just basically you gotta put shorts out, videos out about some sort of topic that you want to talk about, and that is what you have to do to get there. And it's not that hard. So yeah, it's find like a topic you want to do because you can't just like get 50 subs, right? You have to like do something. You you could just watch videos about goofy things, or you could go and think about something you want to do a video about, like what kind of content you want to do, and put a short out, put some shorts out, it'll come. Zoomy, it's not hard. All you have to do is put out shorts and videos. Okay, that's all you have to do, and you get your own traction. There will be people here that will sub to you because people do sub to each other, but you also have to do your part of getting yourself out there. With your own videos. Like I have been partners with different YouTube channels way bigger than me, but I worked very, very hard on their own channels. You know, I on multiple channels, that were very big, and I was like active in their community, and people came over. Now there are people here that do sub to each other that are working on their projects, and that's good. But like Destiny, for instance, she went and put out her own videos, and she's working on it. Mermaid also worked on it too. you know, and other people that I've talked to have done their own streams and their own content, and they've done pretty well. So you have to help yourself. Like if three people here subscribe to you, it's not going to be the same thing as 50 subs. So all you have to do is just put out the content and put in the work. Eventually, you'll get it done. You have to, right? All right, Zoomy. So I gave you the instructions. Pick a topic you want to do a video about, and do shorts and videos about what you want to do. People here, over time will go sub to you, right? And that's how that works. Okay. So God helps those that helps themselves, you know, and that's it. And if you just keep on, acting like a beggar, we don't want to send you to the shadow realm. So just do what I said and enjoy the stream. Thank you. Thank you very much, mods. I appreciate it because you know people do sub to each other here all the time, and that's great. But with, what the thing is that the content creators work on their own content though, at the same time, right? So yeah, like we have, I said, Destiny put out her own videos. She's doing her thing. So did Mermaid, and people do sub to each other to help each other out. But you have to also do your part in making your own content at the same time. You know, it's yeah, it's how it works. I remember with the trials, I was there like all day for years, and people from there came. And I also did these streams. I didn't even sleep last night. Like I dedicated my life to this. It's not my job, man. I agree. I give people advice about it, but what he's asking is a little bit, he's got to not be a diversion. I agree with you, Nan. Yeah. Said everybody else did their part to make their channel, and there's channels right now that are starting up that are doing pretty good. But you know, you can't just go and dude's like he's named after Adam. He's a light. He's precious. He loves me. He has this one thing to say, and that's usually they always do stuff like that. You have one more thing to say. Yeah, yeah. So appreciate chat and like say like it's a morning, right? You have like birds talking, and you have this. I mean, 50 subscribers you get in 2 minutes or something like that. I mean, yeah. Hello, Zoomy. Uh, if you have so you understand now to just work on your own content and you have to do your part first. That's good. Okay. And we're just gonna do this, and we're going to there we go. All right, so Zoomy, you're gonna work on your channel, and you're gonna put your content out, and then over time, people here will have subbed there too. The few people, people in the chat will go over time because that's what people we do. We help each other out, but you're gonna make your own content, and it's end of story. That's it. Okay, good. Because you got to 50 subs you get in 2 minutes or something like that. So, in my opinion. So, yeah. All right, to the Shadow Realm you go. All right. Anyway, so now we can enjoy the. Um, now we can enjoy this. Anyway. All right. So. You know. All right. So, in this situation, so as I said, when instructions were clearly given, all right, were clearly given, the the team was gave multiple chances, and I gave clear instructions that just like all content creators here, people do stuff to each other here all the time and help each other out. But you got to do your part and make your own content, and that's it. You don't have to keep on saying in the chat about it, right? And we're not going to tolerate nonsense, because there's a shot. I send people to the shadow realm all the time when things get out of hand. So, yeah, um, and I thank you, mod team, very much. And if you want to hear birds and the sunshine, all and not much of that nonsense. Right. What we're gonna have to do here is this sun right here is trying to be in another location, and it's right there. Scared. Okay, so we're just gonna have to go over this way because the sun's making new heights. All right.
scared.
And so this is the sun up close, because it's like before it's like the sun looks really cool, but it's like behind the trees. So there is the sun right there. I'll show a daytime garden also. That's a good idea. Okay, so we saw this, at night, but now we're gonna see it now. Yeah, so they said, they're doing good, and I showed this like a little bit before, but we're showing it now because there's these other parts of it that like right there. There's two of them that are tomatoes right there because it's just sometimes the plants are so small it's very hard to see, but they're there. They can just be like I get real impatient and I like want to see them, but they're like microscopic. But eventually they come. Yeah. Now the pumpkin thing over here is doing all right. See, that's doing good. All right, so yeah, it looks almost so cool how you have all these trees and these things and oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. The figs are getting big indeed, and figs are delicious. I definitely love to eat them. Yeah, and yeah, this is the sun, everybody. So we're enjoying our sun, and it's a nice morning. And it said over an hour it'll be the trial that'll come on. Yeah, I've been having a crazy streaming schedule, and it is cool with me. I keep on breaking records. Yeah, almost looks like the vine is like inside the sun. It's pretty cool. Let's go over here where the figs are. Oh, that's delicious, Nan. Absolutely delicious. Oh, strawberries are good too. I mean, strawberries are grown a lot where I am. That's something else I could grow here. I haven't gotten yet, but I definitely like to grow the strawberries too because that's I said, I mean, the garden strawberry probably will taste magnificent compared to like the grocery store. It tastes good, right? So it's going to taste even better. I don't think I don't think I have. I'm not too sure. I'll see if I have. Yeah, I've not had that before. I gotta try it at some point. Very good. Okay, thank you, Nan. Roger that. Okay. Yeah, absolutely saw. They're very yeah. It's yeah. I look forward to eating them. Sounds like very good. We do, Nan. We definitely do. And I remember there's all kinds of even banana trees. These little banana trees that I've eaten before, and lemons and different things like that. Yeah. So of course more than just that. Those are just like very like well probably more well known ones. But yeah, the South definitely has is known for the yard fruits, and you know it's certainly a benefit. And I do want to get more fruit trees here because there's lots of trees here, but the fruit trees would be really cool to make an addition to this place. So yeah, although we have a fig tree over there, I'm saying like the other types of trees are good too. So um, and some nice lemonade is cool. So yeah, definitely nice southern sun. Ah, good idea. Good idea. Yes, I can grow pineapples. I've grown pineapples before. They're very good. Yes, but I would be careful because the cold does kill them. It's happened to me before. But well, actually, the pineapples come back if but then again, it kind of ruins their progress. But yeah, definitely the pineapples grow here with care. Yeah. Yes, keep it in a pot. That way you can bring it inside when it gets cold. Yeah. Yes, it is like a small tree. Yes, yes, and it's like it has like spiky, long, thorny leaves, sort of like a plant like that. Yes, you could take the top part of a pineapple plant and then put it in water, and then put it in the ground or in a pot and grow it. That's cool. Birds are chasing each other around. It's funny. Okay. Yeah, in over an hour, the Josie trial will start. Also, your hummingbirds are back. That is so cool. Oh, hello, Antia. Welcome back. Oh, the hummingbirds are amazing because the hummingbirds are so enchanting because they have lots of, you know, very fascinating things about them. They they're very small and they're very fast and they like to drink nectar from different, plants and stuff. Now, when I had sunflowers in this field, tons of sunflowers, they grew so huge. And the hummingbirds at night love them in the evening time. So yeah, I love hummingbirds too. They like my sunflower plants. Yeah, very happy birds, Phil. Yeah. Oh, and Tia, we are watching the sun coming up and looking at the garden, enjoying the birds and stuff like that. Oh, okay, Nan. Thank you for the advice. These are pumpkins and squash plants. Some more of the okra growing. And then we have some more here. And these are tomatoes. And we have more of them growing, but they're kind of small right now. And some clovers. They're cool. Okay, and then we have them over there. Looking good. There's another pumpkin plant. Some ornamental plants. Oh yeah, Nan one for sure. Broccoli smells really good, by the way. Like the plant itself is really has lots of fragrance to it. Oh yeah, Nan one. Definitely, absolutely. Scared. Oh, you too, Antia. Thank you for dropping by. Oh, one love. Scared. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's like they say it's not real, and they say that it is real, then they say it's not. Yeah, I know. Okay, so it's all grown about an hour from now. The trial will start, and I'll stream it. All right. So what we're going to do is that might be something. I'm not too sure. We're going to end this one, and then when the other one comes on in an hour, I'll stream that one. All right. So this one will be ending, and thank you everybody for coming. It's been a very good stream, and we'll see some of you on in a little bit. Yeah. All right. One Love says high-ranking officials say that they don't want to lose jobs and tell the truth. Oh, absolutely. One Love. They don't want to lose their jobs, their positions, and their whatever else livelihood they would have. So that's other things that they would be losing as well. So yeah, it's all a bunch of lies that they want to tell. Okay, see you all in a little bit, and peace.